Sure. Right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, thank you. Public comments? Do we have any public comments?
Not pertaining to closed
No.
session.
Okay, well, so this is what we're going to do in closed session. Pupil personnel, expulsion cases, number 18, 22 to 23, expulsion number 19, 22 to 23. Conference on litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, current litigation, 9 cases. CIBDS 1907172, CIBDS 2011183, CIBDS 2022956, CIBDS 2023366, CIBSB 2111303, CIBSB 2220303, CIBSB 2218676, CIBB 2304865, CIBSB 2304865. Government Code Section 54954.5 and 54956.9. Anticipated litigation, 1 case, 2020-2105. Public employees, discipline, dismissal, release, reassignment, transfer, leave. Number 4, public employee, appointment, resignation, retirement, reduction, certificated and classified. Number 5, conference with the labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Dustin Conrad, employee organization, Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association. Number 6, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Dustin Conrad, employee organization, CSEA. Number 7, conference with labor negotiation, agency negotiator, Trinae Nelson, employee organization, California School. Number 7, yeah. Number 7, conference and with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Trinae Nelson, employee organization, unrepresented. 8, conference with real property negotiator, Government Code 54956.8, negotiated parties, Matthew Schulenberg, Apple Valley Unified School District. Public session immediately following the closed session. So this is what we're going to be doing, and we should return to this building right here at 3 o'clock, right?
We need a motion.
I'll get a motion.
So
I have a
moved.
motion.
You got it.
All right, second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. Okay, we'll bring the meeting to order. CSEA Union Rep Nicholas Garrett. Not here. Apple Valley Unified Teachers Association, Karen Sabers. You don't have anything? Okay. Comments? Trinae Nelson, our superintendent.
I'll wait till the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Board comments? Rick?
Nothing right now, thank you.
Amanda?
I just want to say what a joy it was for all of the graduations that we were able to attend, but I will wait for the next set of comments.
Gary?
No comments?
Maria?
Not yet.
Okay, and I'll pass also. Closed session reports. Our clerk, Maria, will give
In
us that.
expulsion case, expulsion number 1822-23, to amend the hearing panel recommendations to read, to be placed on a suspended enforcement of expulsion to High Desert Premier Academy for 1 calendar year from this date. The student is to complete the terms and conditions of their rehabilitation plan prior to June 1st, 2024. Expulsion case number 1922-23, be placed on a suspended enforcement of expulsion to Phoenix Academy for the remainder of the 2022-2023 spring semester and the 2023-2024 fall semester. The student is to complete the terms and conditions of their rehabilitation plan as amended prior to the end of the 2023-2024 fall semester. In closed session, the Board of Trustees took action in support of the following recommendation from the superintendent. Public employee appointment on a motion by Mr. Arce and seconded by Mr. Bender on a vote of 5-0. The Board of Trustees approved the following. Appoint Ronald Claiborne as Dean of Students, Apple Valley High School, Range 7, Column 5, on the certificated management salary schedule, 195 base days, effective July 1, 2023.
Can you stand up? This is our.
Public employee appointment on a motion by Mrs. Opara, seconded by Mr. Arce, vote of 5-0. The Board of Trustees approved the following. Appoint Andrew K. Robbins as high school assistant principal, Range 8, Column 1, on the certificated management salary schedule, 210 base duty days, effective July 1, 2023. That's
All
it.
right, thank you very much. Adoption of the agenda, the board may approve the agenda as is or add or pull items. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved?
Second?
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Recognition presentation, there's none at this meeting. Discussion information, number one, ethnic studies. Mr. Gary Arce, board member.
Yes, just wanted to bring forward for discussion, so that we all have this at our forefront. In 2021, the California Legislature passed Assembly Bill 101, which stipulates that the California high schools must begin offering an ethnic studies course by the 2025-26 school year. Students in the class of 2030 will be required to complete an ethnic studies course as a graduation requirement. The ethnic studies model curriculum adopted by the State Department of Education stipulates that the course should focus on the histories, cultures, struggles, and contributions to American society of people groups who have traditionally been overlooked in previous history courses, particularly Blacks, Latinos, Native Americans, and Asian Americans. The development of an ethnic studies course in the Apple Valley Unified School District will be a lengthy and thorough process that will involve the input and support of all stakeholders in our district, including parents, teachers, administrators, students, and community members. Therefore, it seems prudent that we as a board begin the process of developing this new ethnic studies course and what it will look like in our district. The San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools has expertise in this area, so it would seem prudent and it would seem a useful first step for the board to schedule a workshop, perhaps in the fall, perhaps in August, to allow the county to come in and help us in the development of this new course. And Mrs. Nelson, I think you might have some additional information on that.
Yes, I would be looking for direction from the entire board to schedule a workshop as soon as the county is available, most likely late July, early August. That would be a workshop which would be public in nature. Because it would have to be a posted board meeting. And so if it's the desire of the entire board, I can get working on dates. Christina Pierce, who was the director of the department that worked directly with school districts regarding the toolkit, has actually taken a promotion, and she's now working in a school district as an assistant superintendent. There are other people within the department that are very well versed and ready to do that work with us. I just need to get some direction from the entire board and then invite them in based on that information. And then once we have workshopped, it would be my desire and goal to bring forward some kind of a agreement with the county office to facilitate that work in our community. Can I,
Mr. President, it would now be an okay time for me to speak
Yeah.
on the subject?
Discussion.
Okay. Give me 1 second. So I first want to just say thank you so much to Mr. Arce for bringing this forward, because it's definitely something that's very important. And our community is very diverse. And so it is very important that we have all of the voices that are in the room. And I did do some research over the last week. So I just wanted to pass some of these to you guys here. I've got 4 that way. I'm sure I'm going to miscount because I'm a teacher and that's what we do. There's a couple. So let's see, we need 3 more down there. There you go. Okay. And then I have 2 more also. I don't know, Mrs. Tucker, would you like, oh no, Mr. Campbell. Give you one. And then I don't know if one other somewhere in the audience as well. There we go. Okay. So one of the things that I was looking at is that as a district, we have an excellent system that we've utilized. On the first page here, I would like to make a motion that we do create a task force that would report back to us within 1 year, just as he mentioned, to address that assembly bill, and that we're going to go ahead. I would recommend us use the collective impact strategies, which we were one of the first districts to adopt in the county, to adopt the cradle to career pathway. So we're already using that. And so I would recommend, just like he said, we go ahead and we have that ethnic studies toolkit. Additionally, that we would utilize the literature approval request form process for approving literature in our district. If you look on the second page, this is all information that I just took off of the front page of our website. You know, we do service just over 13,000 students. We provide a safe, encouraging, challenging learning environment in which students are given the opportunity to reach their full potential. One of the things I love about our mission statement is that it says that we will serve our community with dignity by meeting the unique academic, behavioral, social, emotional needs of all students, all of them, every single student, so that they may thrive in an ever-changing world. I did go ahead and include a graphic below about the Cradle to Career Roadmap, which again is what we're already connected within the district to utilize. One important thing here on that page as well is just that, and I'm not seeing it off the top of my head, but that we're connected with, we have AP courses that we offer. We have AVID. We have all of the A through G. We cannot go outside of whatever California is setting forth. We need to make sure that we have all those voices and that we are recognizing that. The collective impact is a powerful framework for achieving sustainable social change that relies on a collaborative, multi-sector, and data-driven approach. Again, everything should be best practices, data-driven. With social studies, they're using a lot of the project-based learning, or I know AP is heavy with I can't think of the word. That's it. I could only think of the DBQ, and I couldn't think of the D. Yes, the document-based questions. All of these things they're things that we already use within our district. We have the 5 conditions of collective impact, on page 4 or so, that we will, come together with this common agenda of meeting the needs of Assembly Bill 101 and putting that into place for our school. I did miss somewhere in here. I had suggested that we set up this task force within that first month when we come back, because right now, all of our educators, for the most part, are off for the summer. And this is not a good time to start something this important and this valuable within our community. So if we can, start to put together this task force and invite every community member that wants to be a part of it, any parents, everybody's voice matters in this process. I personally would recommend 2 board members to sit on this task force. I feel like Mr. Arce, for sure, you should be on there because you obviously this is important to you, and you can extend your voice. And then Trustee Akpara, because she has been speaking about this since either Mr. Arce or I joined the board, and it's important to her. So I would suggest that we put those 2, but that's up to the rest of the board, because I do not speak for the board on my own. Furthermore, we have the responsibilities of the task force on page 5. I should have numbered these. I'm really sorry. But it's just that it's going to be the diverse members. Everybody is going to work together on this common goal. And we're going to look at the best practices, and we're going to use the community or the toolkit that we have from the county. And I know the county is looking forward to partnering with us on this as well, just from some research I've been because I was trying to put together something so we could make sure that we do not miss out on anyone's voice in the process. At the bottom, there's some more information about collective impact and the United Way, which is locally important as well as statewide. The last page here, this is actually taken just from our agenda today. It's just one of the books that is on our agenda for us to approve. And there's so many people that go through the process before it gets to us. Our job is to approve the recommendation. Our job is not to write the course. And so for this example, this teacher, this professional educator, she's come forward with what she wants. She's an expert in her field of math and science. She's highlighted the Lexile level to show why it would be appropriate at that age group. From there, it went to the district or the department chair. So then the department chair had to review the material. They had to sign off. Then, it went to a panel of educators because I noticed there were lots of pages in there of people signing off on them. From there, it then went to the director of curriculum and instruction and the assistant sup of ed services. And before that, there was the notice of public review where they were on display so that anybody could come and look at it. But then it goes through that whole process before it ever comes to us. And so I would just suggest that we continue to follow along with that process that we already have in place, because we do have these professionals in our schools as well as in our community, and they all can come and participate. Second to the last page, the ethnic studies toolkit, I just kind of took some of that off of the website, and you can see I pulled out the 6 steps to actually creating this curriculum. And so we've got the 6 steps on there. Step 1, establish the committee. I don't know if we can actually vote to do the committee today, but I would definitely appreciate that gets put on our next agenda so that we can begin to establish the task force to move forward. And then on the last page is just the motion that I would like to make.
So you're correct. The proper way to do this would be to request, we would have to have direction from the board of a majority to add it to the agenda for next time with as an action item to process and move forward. And our
So,
next board meeting is June
Mr.
8th.
President, may I speak?
Yeah,
Go ahead. Regarding ethnic studies, we have been having this conversation long before we came out of COVID. And it is not a secret that history has been very unfair to certain groups of people. And it is not a secret that some of us who came from another country learned the history of United States without really knowing where United States is. But we wanted to know. And so I don't see why we are all concerned about ethnic studies just because a group of people now finally want to know about their own history. So having said that, I am not coming from a place of saying ethnic studies is something that we have to all panic about because we all have to know. There is nothing greater than having a student see themselves in a history that is being published. There is nothing greater than seeing the history books being written by the same people who actually are walking the road. So I do appreciate my colleague here, Mr. Arce, for putting it on the agenda, because regardless of what the situation is, this is gonna be on the agenda. It's not going away. By 2025, we should be having this conversation very clear in our heads. So we have jumped ahead of it, thanks to Mr. Arce, by putting it forward that we need to have this conversation. But in putting it in this conversation, I'm a little bit concerned that it came up in the summer months when the teachers are not available to even participate. And I'm concerned in the summer months when we have on our calendar to hold board meetings at 1 o'clock. It's been on the calendar. So if we are going to begin this conversation, we need to have it in the calendar when we are on a board schedule of 5 o'clock or 7 o'clock, so that more people will participate. And in going forward, there are steps that we have to have in this ethnic studies toolkit. The governor has signed it into law, so it's not going away. And the state is going to approve whatever is set aside. The state has already given us a blueprint of what it needs to be, and we are going to follow that blueprint. We don't have a wiggle room out of it. So we are going to follow the blueprint, but we are going to tailor it to our community. But the community does not exclude anyone, and I would like to see everyone included. Anybody that wants to be part of this process, they need to have the option to be in it. I also would like to see the people heading this not to be part of us, because people will never believe that we are doing it without bias. So get somebody from outside that's going to be the lead person for this committee so that they can report back to us as a board. What are you doing in the team so that we don't have people thinking there are biases out there that will be a problem for us? We know that the county has people who are trained in this. Let's use them. We are part of this San Bernardino County. Let's use the county to do the work that we want them done. We want it done, and we want it done correctly. We want to look at all the textbooks that are being used. We're going to look at the publishers of those textbooks. We're going to look at who's presenting it. We're also going to look at the training of the people who are going to be teaching it. Thanks to Mr. Arce, he's pushing it. So we're going to push it a little harder and make sure that our voices are heard. This is not, when we think of ethnic studies, it's not ethnic studies for just the people of Black students. There's the Asian Americans, there is the Pacific Islanders, there are the American Indians, those are specifically stated, and the Hispanics. We all have to come on into this and start paying attention. Believe me, I have had this conversation with many people, and I've said, why did I even have to study Shakespeare? What did he have to do for me? What do I know about Shakespeare? Am I going to move to Rome and speak in that language? No. Why did I have to learn trigonometry? What am I doing with it? So why can't I give other people the opportunity to learn about their history? Based on research, not based on other ideas that we have. The state is very clear, and I'm going to go over what the state says but so that we don't confuse it with what we are saying for ourselves. The state says that it has to be approved by the CDE. It has to be, the State Board of Education must approve this curriculum that we're putting out. It's not a curriculum that we are starting afresh, but that we already have, and now we're going to, revamp it. It's brand new. So having it as brand new, we all have to participate in the process. There's no back door. I'm going to be sitting in this seat, and if I see a back door, you better believe I will let you know. There will be no back door. The truth will be told. And that's all we're trying to do here so that we can get this ethnic studies. I agree with Trustee Buchanan. Let us have a task force ready to go. So the task force can report to us. And every time that task force is ready to report, we'll put out a call to everybody so you can hear it from them firsthand. That's all I'm interested in.
Thank you. Well put.
We have amazing local history as well. So I brought dirt. This is from, I know I brought dirt. This is from the Murray Dude Ranch, which is a very important part of Apple Valley's history. At one point, there were only 2,000 residents in the entire town, but the rodeo that they would host would bring 10,000 attendees. And so it was huge for our country. I remember being, and it was owned by African Americans and used in many many movies that like Hollywood would come out here and record. And our kids need to know that. Like Apple Valley, although I think it was called Victorville still technically at the time, but I'm claiming it as Apple Valley. We have a rich history. And I was out hiking with my kids one time, and there was a sign that said like early man hieroglyphics. I had no idea that we had that here in our desert. These are the things that we want to make sure that the people who know can put input so that not only are we meeting the state, but we're also tailoring it to our community. That's it. I just realized I forgot my dirt.
So we would like to have this so that we can go back into what are we going to do going forward, starting today, so that the people who came today, they want to know what are we going to do next.
If I may bring up just on what Amanda said, how task force could possibly work, just an idea, having been involved with task force before. And so what could happen is there's 5 of us board members. Each board member we could either appoint maybe 2 people from the community to the task force, but it's open to the public as well. But then that way, that the information could be gathered for an outline on what our goals and objectives are and different topics that we want to put together. So I would to amend a little bit what Amanda said and just maybe have it where we appoint 1 or 2 people. We could actually even put out an application process for that to pick from, because sometimes people will want to be involved and they'll apply and we can appoint. So I think as that moves forward, we have a lot of time, and like Maria said too, as we gather into the later part of the new school year in the fall, would be really a time to start putting that together and getting the wheels going, moving forward.
Well, I'm going to say one more thing about that the committee roster that the state has put out for us, or the county has put out for us, is not a committee of us to be appointing. It's a committee that has to have a facilitator, and that's where we bring somebody from the county. And an administrators are involved. History and social studies teachers are involved, and those are people who actually live it. not people who are history and social studies, but they're teaching it to the wrong group of people. They're living it. They're walking history teachers. Teachers representing other subjects, grade span of K2, 3-5, 6-8, and 9-12, parents and families, instructional uh, uh, specialists, people with the expertise, students, families, California Native American tribes and tribal organizations. That is specifically stated in the county requirement. So we have to look at who is that person that will be represented in that group. Higher education institutions, people who are working at the universities. Mind you, ethnic studies is required for any student who is going to be going to California State University or a UC system coming from year 2030, that they must have this course. So you have to bring the same people who are requiring that those students must have the course to sit at the table to guide us, to tell us what we need to make sure that our children will have the opportunity to go to those universities. My children all went to university, and I do not want any child not to be able to go because of a decision we are making. Relevant community organizations. So community organizations that are relevant to this are invited to this table. County Office of Education, they're all listed. I took the time to read up on ethnic studies. I don't have a problem. I'll make you copies, anybody that wants it, so you can read up on what the county of San Bernardino County Superintendent of Schools has put together and the state of California has put together. They've told us what the committee needs to look like, and that's what we are going to be looking at.
If I could, I would like to leave, if I can get a second, I would like to leave my motion as it is, because I don't feel like it is our place to be appointing people, because then to be blunt, we're 4 white people up here. We can't,
I'm
we,
Hispanic, actually.
okay, sorry. We can't just appoint. We can't. It has to be open to the community, and if we have a facilitator from the county, then that facilitator would make the decisions following the toolkit and the best practices for how it is created.
Might I suggest that we move forward with a board agenda item for the next board meeting or the August board meeting? That could be your decision as a board, but to move forward with a workshop for the board with the county, allowing you to, as 5 board members, come together on what your expectation of the process looks like, so that each of your voices, they can take then and they can help establish next steps and timelines to get that completed, which then is inclusive of the community and everybody else that would be. I heard a few things such as holding this during an evening board meeting. So I want to be sure that whatever we do meets that criteria too. So if it's a workshop that you want to hold and you want to hold it in the evening so that the public has access to it, then I suggest that I'm going to need some more information in order to make sure that I've covered all of the bases and supply what you need as a board as a whole.
I do think we need to schedule the task force, or to schedule the training, the workshop. But I do think that we should commit to starting the process of there being a task force and committing to getting that established during that first month of school when we come back.
Okay. Can I get consensus from the board to move forward so that what I believe I've just heard is agendize
A workshop.
agendize a motion for next board meeting to state that we are moving forward with a workshop utilizing the County Office of Education to do the workshop and consider them for our task force moving forward. And then looking at our regularly scheduled board meeting potentially in August as a timeline for making decisions once staff is back, meaning teachers and other staff that work in Apple Valley Unified School District to also be part of the process.
When I'm reading this motion that trustee Buchanan has, he says her motion is to create a task force that will report back to the board in 1 year to address California Assembly Bill 101 on ethnic studies. The task force will follow to the steps of collective impact strategies by the San Bernardino County Ethnic Studies Toolkit. Additionally, the task force will utilize the literature approved request form process for approving literature in Apple Valley Unified School District. That's her motion on the table.
For next board meeting, I can place that on the agenda. I need direction from the board.
I would like our motion first to be approved today so that we can now place it, because that's what you're putting, to be placed it on the next board meeting. But the training for the board is not as important as getting ready for this committee to get started.
Okay.
Because the board will get the training. We're waiting for the finished product. Is when the product is finished and you present to us, then that's when we actually get involved. But right now, the people who are going to get started on the process are the people that we need to get set up so that they can start the process and we can come along and figure out what the state wants us as board members to do.
Okay. So for the purpose of a motion, it would need to be agendized as an action item for next board meeting. To add it means it's posted for 72 hours prior to the board meeting, and the public knows that they can comment on that item as a motion and an action item. So I would still propose that this motion, that this as a board item be placed on the next board meeting with consensus today from the board to do so. That's what I'd need in order to place it on the agenda.
I second the motion. She's
Well, I make
put
a
the
motion that we
motion
go
on.
ahead and do it.
Yeah.
Okay,
We
but
just
for the
got-
Brown Act, for the purposes of the Brown Act, having direction for a board item is all I need in order to put it on there. Then you can take action at the next board meeting when the public has the transparency of being able to comment on that item. It's not, you wouldn't be taking an official vote, because if you do, you have not posted for 72 hours to have the public know that you are going to make an actual
Was a discussion
vote.
today.
Yes, it is a discussion. So in order to move forward, if I can get 3 board members to give me a direction,
Well,
or
I
all of
agree.
you to,
I agree, Amanda agrees, and the board president just said yes, so we're through.
I think you have consensus. Everybody's on consensus to move it forward.
Yeah.
Mr. Arcee?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I will add it as an agenda item for the June 8th board meeting. It will be, the board meeting is for the public at 1 o'clock, just as this one was. The 2 summer board meetings are always at 1 o'clock. We go into closed, we will be out at 3. All other board meetings during the school year begin at 5 o'clock, 2-hour closed session, and we come out at 7. And we cannot come out and do any public action prior to 7 p.m. in any of those meetings next year. Okay? So I will do that. And then I will get some dates from the county that they're available for a workshop, just so that I can have Kylie contact
Okay.
you as board members.
Perfect, that's what.
That's
we
good. Okay, we'll move this along. Number 2, Annual English Learner Program Evaluation, District English Learner Advisory Committee. Mr. Patrick Schlosser?
Yes,
You're already up
absolutely.
there, that's good.
Mariana Torres and her representative committee members from the District English Language Advisory Committee will be coming up to do this presentation. They're a whole lot better at this than I am.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today's presentation is part of our federal program monitoring requirements, which basically state that we want to make sure that we have transparency, not just in our language programs, but also in making sure that everybody's informed of the progress of English learners and how we provide some of the feedback, not just to our parents, but to everybody that is interested in those programs and the information. So in our annual report, I get the, it was funny because Mr. Slosher is usually the one that has to do all the numbers and has to do all of the things. And I always say, no, that's really, actually, to me, that's interesting. But as I was doing this and I was listening to our DLAC parents and the feedback that they have to do today, I kind of felt like, man, I get the boring part. I get the ones that we just have to discuss numbers. Now, mind you, I think this is a specifically or especially hard year because last year was rough, and we are always about a year behind in that reporting. So when we were looking at truancy, we were looking at truancy rates, and we were sending kids home. So they were not in class. We are today, thankfully, in a very different place. So some of this data will look very different in the fall, and we will gladly share that with you again when that takes place. So one of the things that we want to highlight is the fact that our English learners have grown. Our district has actually been adding students all the way across every single one of our populations, and English learners are not far from that. We are a little bit over about 10%. Last year we were about 1348. This year we're about 1531. And one of the processes in which we measure this is through the LPAC, which is the English Language Proficiency Assessment in California. So as we do this every single year and we test our students, we want to make sure that we're keeping an eye on that LP, which is what level indicator we have. So as you can see, and one of the things that you want to look at is that we had about 30, I want to make sure I say it correctly, 37.9% that made either a gain of at least one level, or they were able to actually go ahead and maintain that level 4. Now, remember, we're a year behind. So when we're looking at about 50% of kids that were not in class as much as they should have been, that's still pretty good. They were still trying hard and they were making progress. Now, our reclassified students in 2021 were about 50 students that we were able to redesignate. And in this year, currently, we're already at 69. So we're hoping for a couple more as we go through. The other side of this is that we are hoping to continue to grow in our biliterate seal. We want to make sure that we have the opportunity to continue to grow, not just in English and Spanish, but we have the opportunity to do French, Korean, German. We're expanding programs and offering services so that however and wherever you want to learn, we want to make sure that we give you that opportunity. So a big important part of this is really to look at the long-term English learners, because those are the kids that have been in the program for more than 4 years. And so whatever services and supports we're providing, they still need a little more. And what that looks like could be a little bit different. So right now, we're about, even in a hard year, 2% lower than we were in years past. We were at 15%. Now we're sitting at about 13.7%. But we have 500 students in this district who have only been enrolled in California 3 years or less. So that takes a little bit of time. Just imagine learning another language. We don't do it overnight. So some of our some of our state testing takes a little bit longer. And so it shows you how our English learners are doing, how our reclassified English learners are doing, and our English only. So I'll leave it up so that you can look at and you can see how on the other side of this program, our reclassified English learners are actually much closer to standard, which really goes to show how much work and effort as they go through this process and the program and they come out of the other side and they redesignate how that's working for our students. You can see the same thing in regards to our math, even though our math really took a hit this year. Now, in our graduation rates, we have 92.1% graduated for all students in our district, and wishes went to 86.4%, which, by the way, before COVID, you know, those olden times that we kind of don't remember sometimes, we were at 83. So even in all of this uncertainty, California is at 73. We're working on getting towards that 90% and making sure that all of our students are able to do what they need to do. So the fun part of this, I am going to give the mic over to our DLAC reps so they can talk a little bit about what it is that they have been doing. And Ms. Silvia Bañuelos is going to be translating.
Creo que Silvia. Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Felipe Antonio Hernández, padre de 2 hijos, padre soltero de 2 hijos. No sé si.
Good evening. My name is Felipe Hernandez. I'm a single parent of 2 children.
Creo que ya he estado con ustedes en otras ocasiones, ¿verdad? No quiero presentar números, porcentajes, sino mi experiencia como padre de familia.
I believe I've spoken or have spoken with you in the past, and I don't want to talk about numbers or percentages, but rather my personal experience as a parent.
En agosto del 2010, mi hijo comienza el kinder en Río Vista, que por cierto aquí está la directora por todo el trabajo. Muchas gracias por mis hijos.
In 2010, my first child began kindergarten at Rio Vista School, and I see the then director of Rio Vista here, so thank you for all your hard work.
El primer día de clases, creo que ya se los había comentado, el primer día de clases, mi hijo se perdió por no hablar inglés, se perdió buscando el baño.
On the first day of school, my child, not speaking any English, was lost. He got lost on campus on his way to the bathroom.
Pero ese día se me abrió también la oportunidad para entrar al proceso de aprendiz de inglés.
But that day, I too began my process of learning English.
Al llegar al 4º grado, fue un alumno reclasificado.
When he entered the 4th grade, he was reclassified.
Y yo también formé parte del grupo de padres de familia, no solamente a nivel de la escuela, sino también a ser parte del proceso a nivel de distrito.
I became a parent representative for ELAC as well as DLAC, and also I participated in the process for reclassification within the district.
Hace 13 años no pensábamos en un programa dual, ¿verdad? Solo era un sueño que este año se hace realidad.
Back then, the thought of a dual immersion program was it was a dream. It was a dream back then, and now we're happy to say that beginning this next school year, that dream has now become a reality.
En el camino aprendí a ser un padre más cerca de mi hijo, más cerca de la escuela y más cerca del distrito.
Through this path, and my children being in school, I learned to become more involved with the school, more involved with their activities, and more involved with my children.
En estos años, yo sé que a ustedes les toca discutir entre ustedes, firmar, ver porcentajes, números, y no solo de un alumno, sino de una cantidad grande de alumnos.
I know that it is your job, and it's a process throughout the year to go through numbers, to go through the progress, the academic achievement of not just of one student, but of all students within the district.
Yo estoy agradecido porque en esas decisiones también pude ser parte en cuanto a número de terapistas, qué consejeros, qué porcentajes de chicos que no van a clases. Me tomaron ustedes en cuenta para decisiones muy importantes a nivel de distrito.
I am grateful that I had the opportunity to be a part of that process of the decision-making when it came to the surveys and the needs of our students, and that you allowed me to voice my opinion and my ideas, and you took them into consideration.
Mi hijo esta semana se graduó con sello bilingüe, con sello de Golden State y llevando 4 materias de AP en su último año.
My son just graduated this year with the seal of biliteracy, with the Golden State seal as well, and having taken 4 AP classes his senior year.
Hoy quiero decirles gracias, gracias a ustedes, gracias a ustedes por sus decisiones, por sus firmas, por lo que hacen. Nosotros desconocemos las grandes discusiones en privado que ustedes tienen, esas firmas que les toca dar. Mi hijo me hizo estar orgulloso de mí, pero ustedes hicieron un mejor estudiante de mi hijo. Gracias.
I can't thank you enough for all of your support during these years. And also, we don't know the discussions that you have behind closed doors, the difficult decisions and signatures that you have to sign for. But I'm proud of my children, but I am more proud of all the support that we have gotten from you. Sorry. Sorry, not my speech, but I get emotional.
Miembros de la Junta Directiva Personal, miembros de la Junta Directiva, personal docente, padres de familia y público en general presentes, tengan una excelente tarde.
Good evening to the members of the board, staff that's present, all parents, and the general public that's here tonight. Good evening.
Mi nombre es Maritza Aragón. Es un honor para mí poder dirigirme a través de este medio que me permiten para darles a conocer un poco de la experiencia que yo he tenido al ser parte de la directiva de ILAC y DILAC.
My name is Maritza Aragon, and it is an honor for me to speak in front of you here tonight as a ILAC and DILAC representative.
Llegué a este distrito en el 2012, ingresando mi hija mayor al sexto grado en la escuela de Yucaloma.
I came to the Apple Valley District as a parent when I enrolled my daughter in 6th grade at Yakaloma Elementary School.
Soy madre de 3 hijos. Tengo una de 22 años, uno de 15 años que está en la escuela Apple Valley High School y una de 13 años que está en la escuela Vanguard. Va a iniciar su 8º grado.
I have 3 children, a 22-year-old daughter, a 15-year-old son who's had his first year at Apple Valley High School, and a 13-year-old daughter who's going to begin her 8th grade year at Vanguard.
Al llegar a este distrito en el 2012, después que mi hija fue ingresada a la escuela Yucaloma, mis otros 2 hijos, 2 años después, ingresaron a la clase del jardín de infancia en la escuela Vanguard.
After my 6th grade daughter's initial enrollment at Yakaloma, my 2 younger children enrolled or started kindergarten at Vanguard Prep.
Uno de ellos se graduó del 6º grado el año pasado y la última que está por iniciar su último año, es decir, 8º grado en la misma escuela Vanguard. Así que tengo más o menos el mismo tiempo de participar como representante de ILAC en la escuela Vanguard y al mismo tiempo como representante de DILAC.
My son promoted from Vanguard last year, and as stated earlier, my youngest daughter is going to start her 8th grade year at Vanguard.
Durante el transcurso de esos años me ha tocado ver cómo algunas peticiones han sido solicitadas por los padres con la finalidad de que nuestros hijos tengan los recursos necesarios para el progreso y rendimiento académico.
During my time here, I've had the opportunity to participate in several surveys that have been sent out to parents with the intent of asking or inquiring what we thought were the needs of our children and what our kids needed, what type of resources our children needed.
Afortunadamente, mi hijo que está ya en el 9º grado, él salió del programa cuando estaba en 4º primaria, pero todavía tengo mi hija que está en el 7º grado, que aún no sale del programa y espero que este año ella pueda lograrlo.
My son who just finished 9th grade was reclassified in 4th grade. However, my daughter who is moving on to 8th grade this year is still identified as an English learner, and I'm hopeful that she will reclassify this year.
Mencionando algunas de las peticiones que han sido solicitadas por los padres, puedo mencionar entre ellos consejeros y terapistas que han sido proporcionados para apoyo de salud mental.
Going back to some of the surveys that had been presented to us in the past, I can say that, and I know that some of the results from that have been the addition of bilingual counselors and therapists that have been provided to our students.
Los cuales, sin saber el caos que se aproximaba por el COVID-19, fue de mucha ayuda durante la pandemia y sigue siendo hasta hoy en día.
This personnel was added before we knew what the COVID pandemic was going to bring. So I'm happy to say that we still continue, our children still continue to receive these services to this day.
También se han abierto centros familiares en más escuelas, se han agregado más clases de superación para adultos. Aparte, también se han organizado eventos familiares, entre los cuales también podemos mencionar de los recursos de apoyo que han sido agregados, es la despensa que se provee cada viernes.
Some of the other services we have received from the surveys are the addition of, or the opening of additional family centers, additional parent education classes, as well as the Friday disbursement of from the food pantry.
Pero no yendo muy lejos, puedo mencionar también las clases electivas que han sido agregadas en mi escuela, en la escuela de mis hijos, que es un privilegio poder ver que se va a llevar a cabo, y entre esos programas podemos mencionar el programa AVID y las clases también que van a ser agregadas para el próximo año, como es las clases para aprender inglés, español y francés, que son para la escuela media.
I'd also like to mention some of the classes or courses that have been added, at least for our middle school students, such as the AVID program, and I believe specifically to Vanguard, the AVID program, as well as French and Spanish classes.
Las cuales, tengo entendido, serán acreditadas para que ellos también puedan, ya al ingresar a la universidad.
And it's my understanding that these courses will also provide our students with college credit when they move on to the university.
Además, en la Escuela Vanguard se estará iniciando para este año el programa ya antes mencionado por acá, el padre de familia Felipe, el programa de inmersión dual, el cual por muchos años muchos padres lo habían solicitado y finalmente pues se va a hacer realidad y pues se va a comenzar a desarrollar en la Escuela Vanguard, dando la oportunidad así a los estudiantes que puedan prepararse mejor para su futuro.
And as mentioned earlier by Mr. Felipe, the addition of the dual language immersion class, which has been a long time coming, it's something that we've been discussing and asking for many, many years. So it's wonderful to see that our students are not going to have this additional opportunity for learning.
Es por eso que esta tarde les quiero agradecer a cada uno de ustedes y también a las personas que han estado detrás de todo este proyecto, como personas anteriores que han trabajado, como Miss Perrin, Miss Silvia, ahora con nosotros también la señora Torres. Para nosotros ellas han sido de un gran apoyo y queremos agradecerles igualmente a ustedes porque han escuchado la voz de los padres, nos han tomado en cuenta y en verdad ha sido de mucha ayuda para nosotros y deseamos que esto siga de igual manera o mucho mejor. Gracias.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank everyone, everyone who's been involved, whether past or present, including Ms. Perrine, Ms. Torres, our now director, for always backing us and supporting us in what we felt we needed. And we just want to thank you, and we hope to see this program to continue to grow in the future and only get better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The last part of this was really just to mention some of the things that we're going to be working on as we go back into our normal, everyday, hopefully, knock on wood, next school year. We are going to be looking at reaching 85%. That is where we need to start. 100% is where we want to be. But it does take time, and it does take work, and it does take parent support and teacher support and everybody else. So we are putting designated and integrated ELD supports in place and more PD, and we have a wonderful teacher on assignment on ELD that's back with us, and we're very happy to have. We are finally, in 4 years, we have our bilingual paraeducators fully staffed. So definitely big shout out to HR for being able to do that. We have bilingual counselors at each of our high schools. We have biliterate clerks to facilitate and make sure that we do have those translations and consistency and make sure that we can get that out there. We can do this in 210 languages if necessary. So we want to make sure that every single person is included. And beyond that, I just want to say thank you for taking the time to sort of have a review and give everybody an opportunity. Thank you.
While she's closing up, I'll say that what Sylvia didn't translate was that she was also among those thanked in that speech, and she's deserving of that recognition as well, but she's so self-effacing, so. There hasn't been an LCAP or district advisory meeting where the District English Language Advisory Committee doesn't show up in force and give their input. It's wonderful to have, and we can always count on them to ask wonderful questions and really push on those ideas. So we appreciate that. It's astounding to think of the progress that's been made. I'm going to ask, I think I'm the next item. Should I wait for it to be introduced? Okay. I'll ask Ms. Theda Smith to come join me here, and we're going to go over some items related to student acceleration of learning. So give us just a moment to get connected to the screen there. I do not know. Matt gave us one, but I didn't get one back. There it comes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Except there's a glare. Okay. That's fine. Are you ready?
We're ready, you're ready.
We are ready.
Okay.
Glad you are, because I'm not. Okay. So I'm Theda Smith. I'm the Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and I'm here to talk to you today about what Apple Valley Unified has been doing to address unfinished learning. Sorry, the mic is kind of in my eyes. Sorry. So, you got it? Okay. So in confronting this challenge, our goal is to find ways to accelerate student learning. So how do we know what works best? There are two main resources that have been guiding our direction. The first is the California Collaborative of Learning Acceleration. This is a project whose goal is to support educators with the task of accelerating student learning in order to mitigate the impact of COVID. The second is a large body of research called Visible Learning, which seeks to identify what works best to enhance student learning. Visible learning research measures the impact that certain influences have on student learning. These studies have included over 300 million students from around the world. Each influence is ranked on a scale that you see here. Starting in the red, some influences have a negative effect on learning. An example of this would be bullying. Things that fall into this category can result in true learning loss. Then we have developmental effects in the yellow, which is the rate of growth in learning that would happen simply because kids grow and mature, regardless of whether they are at school or not. Next, in the orange, we have teacher effects in the classroom that have an average impact on learning. The 0.4 that you see is called the hinge point, and it is equivalent to 1 year's worth of growth. Finally, in the blue, you'll see the zone of desired effects. These are approaches that we can take that have the potential to significantly accelerate student learning. There are 4 main points that I'll be talking about and how they relate to our district's mission to serve our community with dignity by meeting the unique academic, behavioral, and social and emotional needs of all students so that they may thrive in an ever-changing world. The first topic is addressing unfinished learning versus the learning loss narrative. Next, we will consider how child wellness impacts academic success. Then we'll look at some of the evidence-based instructional strategies we are focusing on and that are proven to accelerate student learning. Finally, we'll look briefly at concentrating on key standards to provide instruction in areas that are most critical for our students' achievement. First, it's important to begin with addressing unfinished learning versus the learning loss narrative. During the last few years, we have been bombarded by very negative messages in the media about the long-lasting impact the pandemic will have on student learning and success in school. These were actual headlines early on, and we continue to hear similar messages. Look at the quote in green. COVID-19 and student learning in the US, the hurt that could last a lifetime. That just kind of hurts the heart right there. Many of these headlines read as if students will never recover from this, and we are surrounded by this deficit thinking. But we cannot allow the pandemic to define our students or their potential. Headlines and labels such as these damage our learners. When we label them in ways such as struggling, at risk, low, confirmation bias can affect the opportunities that we give them. We have many students who have unfinished learning, and how we perceive them and communicate about them can have an enormous impact on their success. Evidence shows us that simply by removing those deficit labels, we have the potential to accelerate learning by 1.5 years, just by removing the labels. We have to change the narrative of the learning loss. We have to believe in and leverage our students' strength so they can truly live up to their potential and begin with the expectations that we hold for them. Our students have no less potential than they did prior to the pandemic. And I'm going to say that again because it's so important, that our students have no less potential than they did prior to the pandemic. So in order to accelerate, we must first hold our expectations high so that students can reach their full expectation. We need to find ways to eliminate labels. These are some more positively framed expressions and examples. The language we use can have an enormous impact on our mindset, which in turn can have a great impact on our students' learning. When we talk about accelerated learning and addressing unfinished learning, we are recognizing our students' power to rise to the challenge and finish that learning. This thinking aligns with our vision of treating all students with dignity so that they can thrive. In order to address unfinished learning, we need to meet students where they are. Take a moment and read this quote to yourself. This quote gets to the heart of the difference between two different approaches to addressing unfinished learning: remediation versus acceleration. Remediation is essentially about fixing something that is broken, while acceleration addresses the learning you need just before you intend to use it. A student may not be reading at grade level, but that doesn't mean that they can't think, comprehend, or discuss ideas at a higher level. Our students need equitable access to grade level content with the right support. In the past, we have sent students through an academic assembly line where they are expected to master standards at a set pace, regardless of their individual needs. If they don't fit exactly into this mold, we label them as low or behind. But they have no less potential to learn than they did pre-pandemic. If we try to fit them into this mold, we run the risk of seeing them in a deficit light, which will have an even greater negative impact on them. So we have to stop thinking about our students as being behind. They are exactly where they are in their learning. Evidence from decades of research shows us that tracking and ability grouping does not work. This involves separating students by academic ability into groups for some or all subjects, often reducing the rigor of curriculum for these tracks. Again, when we take this approach, students are placed in remedial groups and don't have equitable access to grade level content. This can result in them feeling discouraged about themselves as learners. However, when we take the acceleration approach, it is shown to have the potential for 1.5 years worth of growth. And I'm going to turn this part over to Pat.
The second portion of this is don't go too far. The second portion of this has to do with attending to the whole child. And that's because we aren't only attending to learning, but we have to get learners ready to learn. And so we're going to talk about kind of that portion of it. The consideration to accelerate learning means we have to make sure that students are feeling a sense of felt safety, a sense of belonging to school and connection, then attending to like sort of those higher level learning targets. But we know that students during the pandemic did feel greater stress, grief, and trauma. Some of the information that we have been given from local studies from Dr. Powell include things like the listed barriers that students are reporting, both locally and in the county, about how they're feeling about school. This is, of course, not just Apple Valley or San Bernardino or even a California problem. It's a nationwide issue. Attending to students' social-emotional needs, their sense of connection, allows them to overcome some of those listed targets. If we only focus on adding more rigor without attending to their sense of connection to school, we won't be able to accelerate. And remember, this is information from the Adverse Childhood Experiences Study for our local area. What you see there is some graphs, California in green, our county in red on the far right. And essentially what you're seeing is students who report having 1 The far left is 0. There are some students who report having 0 adverse childhood experiences. Remember, that includes things like childhood trauma, like an incarcerated parent, drug use in the home, poverty in the home, any kind of abuse or neglect, and a list of 10 factors. In our area, children who report 1, 2 or 3, or 4 or greater is greater than 60%, which means these children are overcoming trauma. Now, this is a pre-pandemic number, and we know the pandemic did nothing but add to that number. So what happens? Again, remembering that John Hattie barometer of that visible learning barometer, the students who feel any of these listed items, they actually have negative effects. It not only slows learning down, it can reverse it, right? It can reverse the sense of connection to school, their sense of felt safety. So attending to these issues means that we can help to reverse those negative effects. How do we do that? We consider the brain. It's important to kind of keep in mind essentially what you know is probably Maslow's hierarchy, right? First, they must feel safe. They've got to have that. It's why we keep asking that question in our Youth Truth Survey. It's why that we ask that of parents, staff, and students. Then a sense of belonging. That comes second. Am I loved and cared for in this place? Finally, we can address the learning. We must attack it in that order. We must attend to those needs. So once we have those things together, here's what we can do that actually does work. Remember, anything with that 0.4 or greater effect size, those influences can have a greater impact. So enhancing sense of belonging. You hear these students when they come to the podium and they talk about their school. And they talk about the things that they love about their school. And sometimes those things they talk about are their lessons, but sometimes the things they talk about are the things that are extra. After school, fun things they do, field trips they take, all the things we do to help them feel connected and belonging. And you can't help but hear the things like esports, something I would never have thought to put in a school on purpose, but they absolutely feel connected. Those are students who maybe would never have done anything else. Teacher-student relationships, huge effect size. You can see the rest. So the other things we're doing with Safe and Civil Schools, we're attending to all of those social emotional components, their sense of connection to school. We're making sure that talk about integrity and responsibility. There are 3 main aspects to that. Actually, a group that finished today talking about school-wide attendance issues. So we have classroom management, school-wide foundational supports through PBIS type work. And then, of course, making sure that we have the capacity to coach and support teachers as they have needs in those areas. And we also have social emotional learning teachers on assignment who have not, they do not add a curriculum. They take our current curriculum, our current adoption. They go through the stories and they find ways for teachers to add into those stories, lessons that highlight things that show kindness, discipline, character traits, and the kinds of things that allow students to voice and name emotions and appropriate regulation. And so next, we're going to talk about some of the instructional strategies once we attend to that sense of safety and belonging that then do help us to really accelerate learning for all students.
You still had slides.
Oh, I did. You can do it.
Going to my part. Okay, so key standards and priority content. We must focus on areas that students need to know versus what might just be neat for them to know. Not everything students missed in previous grades are critical. The bulk of time should be spent on standards that will be most important for student success in life after school. This takes us to the California Standards Guidance. The recommendation is that 70% of instructional minutes should be spent on key standards identified in the California Standards Guidance. By focusing deeply on fewer standards, we can save time by concentrating on those standards that students will truly need for success in life and accelerating learning. Our district has also provided professional development to each of our school sites related to this document, which gives teachers time to identify those key standards and consider instructional implications. So along with the key standards, literacy plays a critical role of focus. Some of you may have heard about the science of reading. This research has been around for decades. I'm pretty old, and I think it's even older than me, but it has hit the media most recently. The science of reading takes into consideration evidence-based practices for a structured literacy program. According to the science of reading, to meet the requirements of a structured literacy program, it must have these 5 pillars. Notice that phonological awareness and phonics are the foundation of successful reading. We here in Apple Valley have a strong, very strong adoption in this area and have offered over a dozen trainings on these topics this last year alone. When we were adopting our new language arts program, we required at the time that any potential language arts publisher have all of these components. And this was prior to the science of reading currently being highlighted in the media. So we were on it. We just didn't know we were on it, but we were really on it. We also offer a level literacy intervention program known as LLI. Currently, we have placed 2 LLI teachers at each of our sites. These teachers work with students in small groups, and they work with them on comprehension, vocabulary, and reading strategies. Here you can see how a structured literacy program aligns clearly with the visible learning research. As our district focuses on these components, our data shows evidence of growth, which you will see in the next slide, and I am so excited about because it's really cool. So each trimester, our students in grades 1st through 8th grade are required to take the iReady diagnostic exam. This test is an adaptive test and is designed to help teachers support their students by personalizing their instruction. This data truly guides our instruction. So what you're looking at on the screen up here is our current 3rd grade across the district in language arts for the entire school year. They just finished taking this test. This is fresh data. It's maybe about 2 weeks old. You can see that our growth in the green is beginning to increase, while the red and yellow for the at-risk are beginning to shrink. This is just one grade level. The data across the board shows growth this year in both reading and math with our iReady diagnostic. So the first triangle is that from the beginning of the year, and the second triangle is the most recent at the end of the year. Other things that we've been doing is we offer an ELOP program. That stands for Extended Learning Opportunities at each of our elementary sites. So we have before school and after school activities that we offer with our students. We offer academic support in all subject areas. We offer the arts, music, physical education, lots of electives, and lots of technology. So you know that esports fits in there somewhere. We also get support to operate this program from our high school peer tutors. I believe we have like 70-something high school peer tutors that go to the elementary sites after school, and they work with our students in these programs. And they're paid. And they are paid. Yes. And they're trained also. We also get support from, of course, our Apple Valley staff that we couldn't do anything without. And also we have developed a great friendship with the town of Apple Valley, who we support them with our ASAP program and their day camps. So we've had our students participating in the winter day camps, the spring day camps, and right now summer day camps, as well as having ASAP at our summer school sites. Okay. So when accelerating, we must also consider de-implementation. This is the process of abandoning existing low-value practices. We are focusing on skills that students will need in order to thrive when they leave Apple Valley Unified School District. De-implementation may involve weeding out some things that have been in place for many years, but are not as impactful, and they are not evidence-based. So we are in very different times than we've ever been in before, and so our students need some different things. Approaches we have always used may not work as well, or may not be connected to the key standards. We can't teach everything and still address unfinished learning, but we can and we should remove things that are not critical to student success. The challenges that we face today will take time, but our students truly have every bit as much potential as they have ever had. And the approach we take to unfinished learning absolutely makes a difference in their achievement. Are there any questions?
I do have a question.
We're ready.
I know that pandemic has caused some havoc in many households, and it has also opened the eyes of many households. So having said that, I do also know that there's so many students who, because of pandemic, they've accelerated academically. They have learned to read ahead of their grade levels, and they have also learned to do their math ahead of their grade levels. And I know we're talking about what we are doing to close the gap, but what are we doing for those students who have already exceeded where the gap is? Where do we place them? What programs do you have available for them?
We have an ILP process, which is an individualized learning program. And so we have had a few parents come to us this year whose students they felt that they needed to be academically challenged. And so we take them through this process. We meet with them, gosh, I'm going to say like maybe every other month. We'll sit down and we have a team with the teacher, the current teacher, and then the teacher at the grade level above, and the principal, and myself. I've been a part of a lot of those. I think one of them you know of. And we accelerate their learning. We challenge them. Sometimes they will go to another classroom. We set goals for them. When they go to the other classroom, they're working at a higher level. And we do set goals. We check every other month, are they meeting those goals? And if they're not meeting those goals, what can we do differently to keep them moving forward? Because that's what our main goal is.
Thank you.
I did, in the slides I skipped because I went too fast. I did want to mention that, and it was mentioned at the end, that there is, of course, intervention programs in the school day. Some of them, though, in some places, the need is so great that essentially it's a retooling of the entire program because it's all tier 1 needs now. If 80% of the students need a thing, that's no longer sort of intervention. It's what everyone needs to do. And that's, really the program adjustment that has to be made. But the tutoring after school does exist. Summer school, we should mention, there's thousands of students in school today across the district doing, sort of additional learning that we provide for them.
I have one additional question. As you all are aware, I am also a university instructor, and I go out to the schools to see teachers in their classrooms. And the one big thing that I have noticed along the way is the amount of instructional minutes that are lost due to announcements during instructional time. Do we have anything in place as a district that minimizes the amount of announcements during instructional time so that the students will get the maximum amount of instructional minutes that is allocated to them?
We don't have a district policy, but it's certainly something we can talk to principals about this summer.
No, we need to talk about it.
Yeah.
I think we will be talking about it with principals this summer.
And actually, prior to the pandemic, this was a topic, and we did limit interruptions. And just like everything else that happened after the pandemic, people have a memory loss about that. And we will bring it back to the table as a reminder that that is disruptive
It's
to
very
classroom
important.
learning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, number 4, our proposed budget presentation. Matthew Schulenberg.
Dee, you want to let the screen go so I can grab it? Please. Great, thank you. wearing my glasses. Okay. No, I'm going to stand back so I can see. Thank you, Mr. Bender and board. As you'll notice on the agenda later on today, there is a public hearing on the proposed budget for next year. So this is some information to arm yourselves and the public to make any comments or ask any questions either now or during that particular public hearing. For next year, we utilize a lot of information in putting the budget together for Apple Valley Unified School District, including the first point there, which is the 2022-23 estimated actuals. That's what we are currently predicting how we're going to end this year. We still have a little bit of this year left, but we have a pretty good idea what's going to happen during the month of June. So our estimated actuals are just that. They are estimated. And when we close the books, I will be back in front of you in September with what's called unaudited actuals, where we will go again over this year and update next year's as part of the budget cycle. Again, we use Governor Newsom's January budget proposal, the May revise, the LCFF calculator, school services dartboard, and of course the common message. So in a nutshell, this is this year. This is our estimated actuals. You'll see on the revenue side, we're looking at approximately $275 million of revenue, both unrestricted and restricted. Approximately $278 million on expenditures and transferring out about $1.9 million. Those transfers out are from Fund 1 to other operating funds in the district. So you'll see that does end us with a estimated just under $5 million deficit. So that takes our fund balance from 40 million to about 35 million. And then there's some components down there on the bottom that make up the ending fund balance. A little bit of expenditure detail. You'll see of that $278 million in expenditures, a little over 80 million is on certificated salaries. That does include both teaching staff and administrative staff, as our classified salaries includes both classified bargaining unit employees and classified management employees. And you'll see the line items for benefits, books, services, capital outlay, and other outgo totaling $278 million. The transfers out I mentioned, you'll see there on the bottom. I just wanted to detail that out. Fund 14 is our deferred maintenance fund. We do contribute about $600,000 to that each year. That money goes towards significant maintenance projects, ones that typically aren't funded through our regular routine restricted maintenance. Fund 11, adult education, is requiring a contribution this year. This is the first year in a long time we've had to contribute to adult ed. It's a great program. It serves the community great. Serves a lot of the community, so it's a wonderful investment that we're able to make for our community. And of course, the 1.2 million goes to Fund 40, our reserve for capital outlay. That's that RDA revenue, that redevelopment agency revenue, that tax increment that we get that is only for facilities. It comes to us in our Fund 1, we move it over to Fund 40. Moving forward, 23-24, you'll see here some assumptions. We are still utilizing the 3-year ADA average that the state legislatures gave us through next year. Unfortunately, our multi-year, we are predicting a slight decrease in our ADA for year 2. The 3-year average does mitigate a little bit of that, but we're still predicting a slight decline, mainly due to our lower attendance rate. Not our enrollment, because our enrollment is up, but the kids aren't coming to school as much. A leftover of us sending them home during COVID. The statutory COLA is at 8.22%. The governor has pledged funding that for next year. The impact on the LCFF, of course, we're budgeting our LCF revenue at about 179 million moving forward. That's our unrestricted. That's our biggest piece of revenue from the state. It flows to us unrestricted. A portion of that, of course, is the supplemental and concentration grant funding, which is works in harmony with our LCAP, where you'll also see that public hearing later on the agenda. And our federal revenues, we're budgeting that down to about 27.5 million because the federal government is not giving us any more additional one-time or short-term stimulus monies since the pandemic is over. On the revenue side, again, the TK and K3, we are staffing that at 24-1, so we're assuming full receipt of that. We do fund our routine restricted maintenance at 3% of our expenditures. And the LCFF add-ons, that transportation add-on, as something they brought as a piece of the LCFF when they started it, and it had never been increased. We've received about $1.4 million since the onset of the LCFF, but finally they're giving that a cost of living adjustment, recognizing that transportation is an expensive program to run. Now keep in mind that 1.5 million goes towards funding about a program that costs about $6 million to run. And we have an add-on for our transitional kinder based on the number of ADA, about $700,000. So there's a quick snapshot of 2023-24, our budget projection. You'll see our revenue is down to $231 million, and that's really a reduction of that one-time revenue. We're not receiving any additional one-time revenues. Our expenditures are slightly lower, but still $247 million, so you see a significant deficit, almost $18 million next year. That's reflected both on the unrestricted and the restricted side of the budget. The restricted side of the budget is mainly spending down revenues we've already received. So the revenues were booked in a prior year. We have them, but now we're spending them. On the unrestricted side, it's a little bit different story. That's ongoing unrestricted expenditures, unfortunately, with a reduction or not as big of an increase in revenue because of our lack of ADA or our loss of ADA. Moving into 25-26, this is commonly known as our out year one. Remember, we have to do a 3-year budget, the budget year and 2 more years. Actually, I skipped some slides.
Yeah.
Well, why didn't you guys tell me? You just letting me talk.
You get to it.
So I'm going to back up a year, 24-25, which is year 2.
Yes.
Actually, there's our budget year. I talked about that one, right?
Yes.
Great. Skipped this one. This is year 2 of our MYP. Our 3-year average is 12,227, slightly lower than budget year. Statutory COLA has been revised to just under 4%. And of course, we are assuming the grade span adjustment revenue on our TK through 3. And I'm going to call it a back to normal for federal and state revenue because there's none of that one-time money flowing in. All that federal stimulus money, the state stimulus money that was attached to the pandemic, they gave us lots of years to spend that, but all of that money expires in September of 24. So we're recognizing that all being expensed in the budget year 23-24, the one I didn't skip. Expenditures in 24-25. Of course, we have step and column for all of our units. We have negotiated some compensation increases. We have some shifting of some staffing costs out of that one-time money into our ongoing resources. We include all of our LCAP expenditures as ongoing expenditures. And in that second year, in our multi-year projection, we have built in $8 million in reductions as yet to be identified. A couple meetings ago, Ms. Okpara asked if we were going to start a budget committee. We will be starting that budget committee in the fall, and one of the tasks of that budget committee will be going through the budget and identifying possible reductions that we can build in during next year to accomplish cost savings moving forward. 24-25. You'll notice over on the right, our expenditures, 219, 223, about a $5 million deficit in year 2 of our multi-year projection with an ending fund balance, just over $12.5 million in 24-25. Come on. So this is moving, and there we go. 25-26, our budget assumptions. Our ADA slightly up over the second year of our multi-year projection. And we're actually off of the 3-year average at that point because now the single year ADA with our increased enrollment has now caught up and surpassed what our average calculation would be. No adjustments to the federal and state revenue, very minimal there. The expenditures, again, we do compensate for all step and column for all units as we move forward. That's as employees move up. It's years of experience on our salary schedules. We have no compensation increases as currently negotiated for the 25-26 year. And again, LCAP's all there. And I guess I didn't talk about this, but I went through some of that, but this is 25-26. This we would consider a balanced year because we do not have a deficit. In fact, we have an excess of about $1.3 million on $227 million of expenditures. If this comes true, that'll be wonderful. Predicting what's going to happen in 25-26 is very difficult. And I've often said, as I'm up in front of the board giving budget presentations, this is wrong as soon as I print it and give it to you, because things are always changing in our multi-year projection. But as a snapshot in time, as we have the budget for 23-24, this is what we're projecting for 25-26. So concerns for the future. Continued enrollment increases, but unfortunately the attendance rate, we've been normally historically about 94.5% attendance. And what that means is out of 100 students across the district, 94.5 of them show up every day. We'll round up to 95. They show up. That's a 95% attendance ratio. Right now, we're a little over 89%. So fewer kids are at school every day. And that does directly impact the revenue the state provides to Apple Valley Unified. On the LCFF funding, the governor is doing something that they've always told school districts not to do. Never use one-time money for ongoing expenditures. The governor is proposing that as part of his budget package because the state is facing, I don't know what their deficit is now, something like $30 billion. So he's taking one-time money, or proposing to take one-time money that many school districts have already received and spent, and put it towards the LCFF to bridge that year, bridge next year. So with the May revision, the legislature has their own plan. So the Senate and Assembly have proposed modifications. So there's a lot of negotiations going on in Sacramento right now. Of course, there's some deadlines, June 15th and June 30th for the governor. The biggest what if and the biggest question is economic recession. The Legislative Analyst's Office, which is the advisory body to the Senate and the Assembly, has come out with some of their projections. And even if a moderate recession hits the United States, particularly California, the state could be looking at an additional $30 to $50 billion operating deficit over the next 2 years. And that will directly impact Apple Valley Unified School District. So I imagine you will see me in August talking about the adjustments that we've had to make to our budget based on what the state adopts here over the next 4 weeks. Any questions?
Yes. I always have questions because I listen to details you must have provided.
Yes.
My first question is, since we service, I'm looking at Fund 11.
Mm-hmm.
Since we provide service to outlying areas, does the other districts that have those people contribute to this Fund 11 in their own budget? Or is it just us?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Schlosser on that one.
We are part of a consortium of districts that work within the region served by Victor Valley Community College. Several other districts are in our consortium. And so as a result, that money flows to the consortium, then flows to us. We do accept students who live really in any boundary. But we do prioritize Apple Valley residents. However, for this particular excess, this contribution that's being made, we are not asking other districts to foot the contribution. However, this will be a one-time contribution. It is the adult education program did not, because they mostly work by providing their education system using our staff after school. The change in the negotiated salary rate for hourly employees was quite a bit more than she had budgeted for. And so she just went over, she will adjust her program to live within the budget she gets from the consortium for next year.
Thank you, Pat.
My next question is on the federal revenue.
Mm-hmm.
As we all know, special education is puts a huge dent in our budget. And the federal government did promise when they had the IDEA that they will contribute 40%. How much of it are they contributing at this point in time?
I don't have that exact figure, Ms. Okpar, but that's some research I'll be happy to do and bring that information back to the board as to the exact percentage of the program funding that we receive from the federal government.
Yeah, because when we went to Washington, D.C., that was one of the things we presented to the lawmakers in Washington, D.C., to inform them that they did make a promise to fund special education at least to their 40%. And at the point in time when we had that conversation, they were contributing 9%. And on top of that 9%, they're giving us all kinds of guidelines that we need to follow to be able to service the students who are receiving special education. And we are qualifying more students in special education that goes into our budget where we didn't plan for, but we can't deny the service
Absolutely.
of those children. So it is very important if we have parents who have access to lawmakers in Washington, D.C., to begin to have a conversation with them about paying what they promised.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Very uplifting. Appreciate that, Mr. McCall. No, it's good, Matt. You lay it out.
Try.
Kylie, do we have any public comments?
We do. We have 7.
Okay. Wagner? Mr. Wagner?
Hello, board members and community members. My name is Nehemiah Wagner. Starting next school year, I'll be a junior in high school. Today, I stand before you to advocate for the urgent need to incorporate ethnic studies classes into our educational system. The richness and diversity of our nation, the United States of America, lies in the tapestry of cultures, traditions, and histories that shape our society. By embracing ethnic studies, we can bring forth a deeper understanding and appreciation for the contributions of different communities, fostering unity and empathy among our community students. Ethnic studies empowers our youth to develop a stronger sense of self-identity. By exploring their own cultural heritage and those of others, students can gain a profound appreciation for their roots and the experiences that shape them. Through such courses, they can embrace their unique backgrounds while fostering respect and understanding for the experiences of their peers, regardless of ethnicity. Furthermore, ethnic studies equip students with the critical thinking skills necessary to navigate an increasingly interconnected and diverse world. By examining societal structures, biases, and inequalities, students learn to question prevailing norms and engage in meaningful dialogue about social justice issues. They become active participants in shaping a more inclusive and equitable student body, ready to challenge injustice and promote positive change. If you take one thing away from what I've said today, let it be that incorporating ethnic studies classes into our schools is a crucial step towards building a more inclusive and enlightened student body. By providing students with a comprehensive understanding of our nation's history, promoting self-identity, and cultivating empathy for those different than ourselves, we empower our future leaders to dismantle prejudice and champion social justice. These courses will work to create a brighter future where all students can see themselves reflected in their education, enabling them to reach their full potential and contribute positively to our diverse and vibrant nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Hardy?
Good afternoon, board, cabinet, community. My name is Hardy Brown. I actually served on many of those committees that you all were talking about with ethnic studies. I served on two terms for the San Bernardino County Board of Education. Now you're probably asking yourself, well, why would somebody from down the hill want to know what's going on in Apple Valley? Because your 13,000 diverse students also are part of our 400,000 diverse students in San Bernardino County. And all these voices, the things that you all talked about are things that we support. But I wanted to talk about really what it was like for me to become a lifelong learner. I attended the nation's first historically Black college, owned and operated by African Americans. That's Wilberforce University in Ohio. But there's more to that story, because when I grew up, I knew about Wilberforce, but I didn't know the full story. William Wilberforce was an abolitionist from Great Britain. And in 1807, they abolished the transatlantic slave trade. But as I got through and I started to do more research, I realized, and I brought a couple pieces from my collection, I realized that Thomas Clarkson, who's a student at the University of Cambridge, in 1785, goes to school and they ask him a simple question: should it be legal to own one human against their will? Thomas Clarkson did his research. These are real slave shackles of a mother and a child that were on people, where a child was sold for $500. Thomas Clarkson did these interviews, talked to people like Oladiah Equiano. He talked to people like John Newton. He talked to people like Granville Sharp, and they took this to William Wilberforce, and they changed the world. A small group, no larger than this room. And so when I looked at that story, I realized that there were people who did not look like me who fought to tell a story. And when I look at this room today, I realize that we can also do that same exact thing. We can come together and learn each other's story. As another part of that, a couple of years later, you start to realize that in our policy here in the United States, that we had things like the Virginia Code of Law. This is 1860. In 1860, in this book, it says that it's illegal for me to read and write with the punishment of lashes on my back. And for any of your teachers out there, if they decided they were going to teach us to read and write, they would go to jail for 6 months and be fined $100 for every time they teach kids just like this. For every time that young man stands up here, for every time those parents advocate for their kids being reclassified. 6 months in jail. I look at this and I realize that because of all of this, that resilience of who we are, we've been able to come through that, and we have great organizations like Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority that was founded in Howard University in 1908. That was founded for the embodiment and the growth of African American women, but also they're leading the educational change through Howard University. These organizations are part of our bigger story. So when I look at Wilberforce University, a college named after a white British abolitionist, I realize that together all of our stories can come together, but we need to be able to tell it, and that's what ethnic studies can do. So thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you. Deanna?
I wrote it down. My son made me promise not to rabbit walk. So, good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Deanna Klima, and I've been a teacher for AVUSD since 2001. I'm here today to talk about the extreme behaviors we are expected to deal with daily and the effect these behaviors have on the other students that are expected to deal with it in silence. I've had a few conversations in the last month with different groups of teachers, completely different places, and we came to the same conclusion that there's no, that led to discussing how not having consequences for the students who throw chairs, they throw shoes, they shout out obscenities at teachers and their peers is teaching the students who are watching all that verbal abuse and or violence is acceptable. That somehow it is the fault of the ones who are being yelled at or having these things thrown at them is okay, and that we should have not done what we did to cause it. Some examples from many different teachers is a teacher asked a student to pick up trash that the student left on the ground and was called a stupid FNB by the student. The consequence from the admin was for the teacher not to talk to the student because it was aggravating the student. Teacher asked a student where they needed to be because they were in an area they shouldn't be in, and that was my class. And I was told to shut up and mind my own business in front of my entire class. Nothing was done. I don't know what the consequence was. Let's just put it that way. My students were totally traumatized by that, by the way. A teacher was shoved by another student when the teacher was trying to de-escalate a fight, and no consequence to the student. That was known. Student was throwing chairs at others and was sent to the office and was sent back because the students were making him mad. And so that's why he was throwing the chairs. And that's just a few. And it's not just our school. You look on social media, it's everywhere. You know, there's pictures. It's the same story. And it's the same story. It's a system-wide issue, not just here, not just my school. I'm here because these examples remind me of my first marriage. I am a survivor of domestic violence. And I don't want to go into details because I have survived it. I have gone past it. However, and I'm thankful that I was able to get out. I'm reliving that constantly when I'm told I need to do things differently so I don't set off a student. My ex used to tell me it was my fault that he hit me because, you know, I made him mad. I did something stupid. It was my fault. I'm the one that needs to change what's happening out there. So I either need to be quiet or I need to change it. Would any of you expect your sister, your brother, your cousin, your child, anyone you know to stay in a relationship with someone who is physically or verbally abusing them? And I'm pretty sure the answer is no. You would be encouraging them to get out. But yet here we are, teachers not only being expected to stay in that relationship, but we're also teaching our students that it's up to them to keep the peace so that violence doesn't happen. We're told that many things that are not suspendable offenses. And I understand that. That's ed code. I get that. A lot of times I've heard from lots of people that administrators are changing wording from, you know, it was a fight, they were hit, to horseplay. They were just playing. We're told that we are the problem, that we need to teach our students how to be kind and caring, but yet when they aren't, we're told that we need to offer rewards to give them incentive to do the right thing. All of this just to show that they can disrupt the learning all over again. And it's amazing that I was here on a day that we're talking about learning and accelerating learning and how when learning isn't happening, when you have a child that's being violent and destroying the classroom, the entire class is losing that learning time. And then you have the child removed. And I do want those children helped. I'm not saying that those kids don't, they need that. But what about the kids that are still in the classroom and the time it takes to come back?
3 minutes. Can you wrap it up?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyways, my thing is, we're not teaching the children that are silent the right thing. We're teaching them that it's up to them to make sure that they do the right thing so that we don't set off the children that are disrupting the learning. But yet their education doesn't matter. Thank you.
Anita Tucker. Can you help her with the mic?
I'll do that.
Oh, she's got it. All right.
I got it.
Linda Corey.
Good afternoon, esteemed board members, superintendent, executive cabinet, teachers, students, and community. My name is Anita Tucker. I'm here to speak regarding ethnic studies. This room brings back memories to me. I spent many days here in this band room when I attended Apple Valley Junior High School with Mr. Tran. I went to Mariana Elementary School and I graduated from Apple Valley High School. The faces in our district have changed dramatically from when I attended. There was a glaring absence of diversity when I graduated and went to school here. I'm pleased that Apple Valley Unified School District is working towards developing an ethnic studies program in accordance with the guidelines set forth by the state. I hope that the board will continue to ensure that they follow the protocols set in place and involve all stakeholders. As a retired history teacher, I know how crucial it is to provide a quality education for our students based on using the social studies framework, primary sources, and allowing our students to be able to think critically and write critically. As Apple Valley Unified School District begins the process, I am happy that our diversity and all our voices will be reflected in this process. And I hope that you continue to do that. And as a retired teacher, I have lots of time now, so I'll be watching you. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, next, Karima. Hope I pronounced that right. How you pronounce it? Karima? Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, board. My name is Karima Abdul-Kabir, attendee of Mesquite back when it was still Mesquite, before it was Vanguard, Apple Middle, Vista Campana, before it was Phoenix, Apple Valley High School, still the same. Some things never change, I guess. Yes, so I'm here today to speak about ethnic studies. I'm really glad that we're getting ahead and figuring this out and getting the community together. But also I have some concerns and some issues as well, because I know this has been, ethnic studies to get passed has been in committee with teachers, organizers, activists, legislatures, have worked on this for years to get it to this point and to get it passed. And I would like to thank the state legislature and Governor Gavin Newsom so that we're even able to be here and have this conversation today. So I was looking at the task force plan, this one sent around by Ms. Buchanan, and I had a few questions about the committee and the task force, which I know there's still going to be additional meetings about and things. I'm just going to go ahead and put those questions out there so we can go ahead and get started thinking about that. Okay, so for the curriculum, I see that there's looking at having lesson plans, looking at it at that level, in-depth level. And my concern is we're going to have standards from the state of California. We're going to have textbooks very soon. They are all in the works. So my concern is what is going to be the position of the local committee versus the approved textbooks and the approved materials. So that's what I'm kind of concerned about, is placing a teacher in kind of a dichotomy where they're trying to figure out, you know, what they can teach and how they can approach the subject, and them having different voices and not just being able to use their professional expertise, use their local knowledge to implement ethnic studies. So that was one of the questions I had. And also, I'm glad we're talking about the budget, and it seems like hopefully the budget will be better by the time we implement ethnic studies. So hopefully there will be room for enrichment, guest speakers, field trips, the primary sources, the artifacts that the other speaker brought up. Hopefully all of that will be funded for and fully implemented so that we can have a really good, strong program. Yes, and what is my last question is, I'm at my time. What is the standard process for curriculum to be approved? And I'm just wondering why it's deviating so much, because I know we have new classes, new courses every once in a while. They go through a process, and I'm just wondering why that seems to be deviating so much from what this course subject is. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir? First name S-I-R?
Sir Dupletion. I think you left.
Okay. Mr. Campbell? Miss Campbell?
He left.
They left also? Okay, well, bring it up here. You're more than welcome. This is democracy at its best. Yeah.
Democracy.
It is. Okay.
What's that mean? Shannon Director?
Yeah, I'm okay. Good afternoon. My name is Chandrika Rankin. I serve as an instructional coach right next door in Hesperia. Couple of questions. So I was excited to hear about your look, let me back up. I'm from Georgia, so a lot of the things of California I'm learning. I've been here 6 years. Some things don't quite make sense to me just yet, but work with me. So your district ELAC representative shared today. Coming to California, I had to take courses to be able to support our emerging bilingual students, to be able to support them in a way that was very different from my expectations in Georgia. I thought it was amazing. But as I've been here again for 6 years, I've noticed that we lack that same type of intentionality as it relates to our Black students. Coming from the South, and again, in districts very similar in structure as far as demographics, I'm wondering where are we, or what is the direction of the districts with supporting our Black students, specifically with literacy? When I look at your California dashboard, I see that our graduation rates of our African American students is about 89.2%. African American students represent about 8.3% of your students overall. But of that 89.2% that are graduating from high school, only 37.5% are college and career ready. So when we think about our students and what they can contribute to society, are our students ready to be active citizens in Apple Valley, in the high desert period? And what are we doing to retain them if they are making it that 37.5% that are college and career ready? Are they going to college and returning to contribute to this community? From my understanding, and when I talk to students of color, many of them are not wanting to return. Superintendent, I don't want to mess up your last name, but but I when you were speaking about SEL in the schools, I noticed that you didn't mention cultural competency. Many of our students are searching for a sense of belonging. Part of that is seeing themselves and understanding themselves, but others seeing them too. Many of our students are seeking to be seen, heard, valued. When they have that sense of belonging, where they are seen, heard, valued, it increases their attendance rates. So you also mentioned attendance as an issue. And that attendance also affects funding. So if we, create an environment where our students want to be in our schools, they will come, and so will the funding. And then again, if we create that sense of belonging in our schools, hopefully it'll impact our communities where they actually want to return when they do go off to college and career, different careers. And lastly, and I know I ran out of time, but I do want to emphasize a high emphasis on HBCUs. My oldest son was a recent graduate, class of 2022, and he just completed his first year of college. A lot of our colleges, high schools in Southern California don't emphasize HBCUs as an option. There's a high emphasis on A through G requirements. A lot of the A through G classes our Black students are not registered for. Our counselors tell them that they probably won't be successful in those classes. They're asked to register for something different to open that slot for a student who might be more successful. Well, a lot of our HBCUs will still provide an opportunity for our students, regardless if they meet that A through G requirement. And again, if you're telling that student that they should not register for that A through G required course, but you're wanting them to have that sense of belonging and wanting them to return to this community and contribute as a valued citizen, that's why they're not returning, at least from my lens. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Okay, that was very good. Superintendent, comment?
Yeah, I think you saw some of the best today with our, it's okay, no worries. the best of the best with our DLAC committee members getting up and presenting. They are often worried to get up in front of others to speak. They have been committed to our district for many years. They speak very well in English, but they come to everything. They are at every meeting, and they contribute to our success with our English learners, which was a starting place. We had to start someplace. Those kids have increased graduation rates. FFA, just this past week, so I'm going to go from academic to something a little bit funny. For those of you that don't know, Apple Valley Unified School District, Snow Lane Joint Unified School District, and Lucerne Valley Unified School District have an FFA program. 3 years ago, prior to the pandemic, and then this would be our third kind of annual because we had to take a short break, we were asked by the FFA programs as superintendents to come and show animals at the fair in front of the kids. To understand what those kids go through and what that process looks like. The first year we showed a lamb. I would have said it was a sheep. It was quite large. And we did fine as a district. I think we swept that year and first, second, and third place. The following year, when we were able to come back, that would have been last year, we showed a pig. Not my favorite animal to show because there is no, you have a little stick and you have to guide it with the stick. And I wasn't really good at it and I didn't have a very complacent. Yeah. So we took first, thank you to Mr. Schlosser for his skill with the pig last year. And I took third, but Dr. Holman with Snow Lane Joint put a wager down at the beginning. We don't bet in education, but he did say that he would wear, if whoever was the loser must wear the other district's colors at a board meeting. So last week, while we were at a graduation, Dr. Holman donned a district shirt during the entire board meeting with our logo. Apple Valley Unified School District. Then he explained the bet and he then stood up and put the color orange on with Apple Valley Unified, Apple Valley High School's logo all over it and finished the board meeting. Next year, around that same time, Apple Valley Unified School District, and I'm not just going to do it by myself. I have a team. Those three men at the other end of the table will also be wearing Snow Lane Joint Unified School District colors because although we had second and third, we did not win this year. So it was not a sweep and we will be doing that. It shows the kids that we do a little bit understand what they're doing. This year we had a calf. My calf was named Tiny and Tiny did not want to walk. Miss Okpara showed up. It was ugly. My feedback was that I should not pet the calf. It was not a pet, so I got eliminated. But the reality is it's all in fun to support the kids and anybody that's out there that is interested in helping to support the program, they will have an auction this weekend. You can participate with online. And then I did believe that Mr. Schulenberg had a copier issue. I did not believe that he intentionally skipped slides. I thought maybe they were in the wrong order in our packet. So next time, Mr. Schlosser or Mr. Schulenberg, we've got it. We will tell you you're on the wrong slide. Yeah. And I do believe there's some other issues with the budget, including the tax extension that will cause us to wait a little bit into October to know what the actual deficit is for the state. And then finally, I know that there were questions asked. We will address those questions at a later date having to do with ethnic studies. And I appreciate the questions because that gives us some guidance. And the comment regarding LCAP, regarding what we're doing for our students. We do have an LCAP Goal 6 this year. Ms. Williams is in the audience. She participated in that process and helped us to formulate that goal. And it is directly impacting our African-American students in this district. So I appreciate the comment. We are thrilled that we have a goal as Goal 6 in our LCAP. So thank you. And you're wearing green, so I thought you were actually from Victor Union High School District. Just saying.
You sure?
And young man, I don't know what school district you go to, but
You're very
amazing,
well-spoken.
amazing
Very
speaker. Good job.
good.
Yeah. All right, board comments. Rick?
Yeah, I don't have comments, but I thought I'd take my time here. I wanted to agendize something for future meetings, and it was about the safety on the campuses. And it was brought to my attention that we did have at one time, I remember it was a safety committee. And I'd like to bring that back and then have reports to the board from the committee on what's being done to update. And it's not just the disrespect, but it could be violence towards other students. What's our protocols for active shooters, the whole gamut on safety in the schools. So I think it's very important, and we kind of don't hear about it as much as we should on what's occurring in our district other than the negative stuff. So I would like to see the committee be brought back, and then a report from the superintendent's office every meeting on some progress and what's being done to improve.
Okay, we'll do that.
Yeah.
So I have direction from the board.
Yes.
I'm going to keep asking those questions just so that I know that
Well,
I'm
I'm
meeting the
just, as a
criteria.
board member, I'm asking that we do
Put it on
agendize
the
it. So-
agenda.
We'll put
I got
on
it.
the agenda.
And it will fall under Mr. Conrad in
Okay.
human resources because he is in charge of safety protocols, the police department and risk management.
Perfect.
So it's perfect. Yeah.
And I do know Karen's left. She had mentioned that safety committee. It is in our article with AVUSD that we actually have that, and it's scripted on who they will have as representatives. So it is absolutely something that is going to be moving forward for this next school year.
And then we'll have to work on what the actual report looks like for
Yeah,
every month.
that's down the
So
road. I'm just,
what
yeah,
kind of
it'd be nice
information?
just to get an update. So
Okay.
that's all I have, Dennis. Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
very good. Amanda?
I'll try to keep it short because I talked a lot already. But was it Mr. Wagner? Was that your last name? Amazing. Like, I thought you were a grown up. When you came up and started talking, I was like, you said you were a junior, and I'm like, oh, I wonder which college. But yes, that was excellent. And then just thank you to Mrs. I wrote it down. I know it started with an A. What was it? Aragon, and then Mr. Hernandez. Yeah, they were just so eloquent, and even in another language, like they did not sound shaky at all. I love hearing from the parents of what's going on, and so it's always a treat when they do come and speak with us. And then as far as the other questions that were asked, I definitely think that whenever there is a task force that they are given those as well to look forward to. I swear there was one other thing, but I don't remember. So thank you everybody for coming and sitting through a really long meeting in the summer, especially when you're on summer break. So thank you.
Very good. Gary?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo those same comments. Thank you for the comments that were made on ethnic studies. I know as we utilize all stakeholders in the district, parents, teachers, community members, administrators, I know that we're going to come up with an outstanding program that will meet the needs of all of our students, and just look forward to going forward from there. I know we're putting all of our heads together. I know we're going to come up with something outstanding for our students. They're going to meet the needs of all students. So thank you for your participation, and we look forward to your continued participation in the future. That's all.
Maria?
I'm going to start with the 37% of college and career-ready students. And we need to do better. They say when you know better, you do better. So we are hoping that this is driven real hard into our psyche to let us know that although we are showing up, we are not showing up in the right direction, and we need to pay better attention. And we have capable staff members who can make sure that that happens, that we begin to encourage those students from the day they register to let them know that the future is so bright for them and they need to go forward. In terms of safety committee, I'm of the proponent of if a student misbehaves, there should be a consequence. those misbehaviors are not allowed in their churches. So why should we allow it in school? And we are supposed to be the people that pave the way for them to become good citizens out there. And if we cannot do it and we are wearing down our teachers, we are not doing what we need to do. Then we go to ethnic studies. It is very dear to me, obviously. I did my son, I have 5 children. When I came to this country, I never knew I was different until I came to Apple Valley. I went to school in this country, but not in Apple Valley. And in the school, campus, we were all foreigners, and we were all treated with dignity. We were all given our respect, and people were willing to know who we were. I came to Apple Valley, and that all changed. So when I have my 5 children here, I did my son the greatest injustice because nobody could translate my language for him. So I made him stay in a class for English, to learn to speak English as if he was not a natural English speaker. And that was unfair. And when my son graduated from this school, from this district, I knew he was not prepared, because he was told he will move on from grade to grade, regardless of what happened. My daughters did much better because I found ways to educate them, but my son did not. So when ethnic studies was broached during pandemic, it wasn't even pandemic, it was during George Floyd, I said, this is my opportunity to do the right thing. My son is now in his 40s, but it's now my opportunity to do the right thing for children coming behind. I will not be sitting here if it wasn't for that thought, that whole idea that children must hear about who they are, where they came from, the challenges of their ancestors. I don't have those challenges. I was born overseas. I knew my ancestors. I know the history of my ancestors. I can trace my ancestry down to 20 generations. I can trace it. But there's so many people who do not have those benefits. They don't have it. They don't know it. And it's not just for the Black American, it is also for the white American. There are so many people who just know the bare minimum of information that is passed on to them, verbal information. They need to see the research that says, this is who you are. It was hard for anybody to break me living in this country because I know who I am. And I have no apologies for who I am. But I will not sit here as a board member to allow anybody to make any child feel less important. That's my job. And the day you decide that I am no longer speaking on behalf of all children, please get me out. But until then, my job is to make sure that every human being that comes in my path, I will know their history. I am not interested in single stories. That's the problem we have in the society we live in. We live in a society of single stories. People think of Africa as a country. It is not.
54 countries.
And I want people to understand that we are human beings and we are entitled for our stories to be told in the language of that story. We don't want the story to be told in a different language. I sit here and I speak 7 languages. And how many people have I've actually bothered to want to know me as a person. And we need to get to that point when we sit and when we have the cover of authority. I sit here because there are people that I have had to be on their shoulders to be able to rise to this point. When we sit here and we are doing the people's work, let us always remember that we are doing the people's work, not our work. And we must make those people feel important from the moment we see them till the moment we don't see them. And when we don't see them, we pray for them. We lift them in our prayers. And I am so torn. I have never been more torn about this whole subject of ethnic studies because America should not be a country that worries about what people talk about in their history. I learned about American history living in Nigeria. The Americans weren't worried that I was learning about them. Before I came to this country, I had no idea about steel industry, but I knew that it was in Pittsburgh. Before I came to America, I had never seen snow, but I learned about it. It's okay. The only way we are going to grow outside of ourselves, to grow outside of the pain that we harbor, is to be able to allow people to see it in the total nakedness. Let people see it and let people say, you know what? I understand you much better. I see you. You have a name. You mean something to me. There's nobody in this room that I am sitting now that will need a kidney, and mine is functional, and it will work for you that I will not donate mine for. And I won't ask you if you're white or black. I will give it freely. That's what family is about. This is what Apple Valley has been for me. And that's why I sit here every board meeting and I look in the audience and I say, I thank God for the opportunity to sit here to represent Apple Valley. I don't want a melting pot. I want a salad bowl of Apple Valley. I want Apple Valley where it says, you are a carrot, you are lettuce, you are celery, you are radish, you are whatever it is, but you all have your individuality. And if you just throw a little salad dressing, that's the harmony. We can all live together. That's all I want, sitting here as a board member. And I'll continue to do the same thing every single day as we discuss this ethnic studies, because it is very important that everybody's voice is valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I had one of her daughters, I can attest to it, she was brilliant. I'd just like to comment on the graduations. The students were well behaved. A couple of gymnastics they pulled off were actually pretty good. And, but in one word, it was cold. Anyway, so to expedite things, we're gonna move on here. We need to conduct a public hearing regarding the 2023-24 local accountability control plan. We'll open the meeting at 5:23. We must stay open for at least 1 minute. If some of you people that came to speak, if you want to leave now, we're just going to go through a bunch of regulatory stuff, and it's, yeah, we need to say
Don't
goodbye.
hurry out.
Yeah, because, yeah, we'll take a little break. Yeah, my teeth are floating. Let's just take a break.
Let's give
The
1
hearing's
minute.
open.
1 minute for the hearing. We're almost done, but don't leave so that people can say goodbye. Give us a sec.
All
We
right,
need
it's
30
5:20
seconds.
now.
Okay,
Okay.
5:24.
It's a New York minute.
Yeah.
So it's over.
So go ahead and go ahead and say we're closing at 5:24.
Time close.
And you're going to take a break.
Yeah, we're going to take a break now.
Screen
All right.
back rolling.
Ready? Okay, we'll bring the meeting back to order.
Conduct a public hearing on the budget.
If there's anyone present who wishes to provide comments regarding the proposed budget, oh. Conduct a public hearing, 23-24 budget.
Hey, Dennis,
Time
I
open.
think you need to go back to the approval appointment of Brian Goodrow. We didn't, or no, we're up there. Oh, you haven't reached there yet. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, all right,
Okay.
we're opening the meeting at
5:31,
what time?
5:31.
We haven't been here that long. Is there anyone present who wishes to provide comments regarding the proposed budget for the 2023-24 school year? If no comments are given after 1 minute of being open, we'll close. That means we're out of time. Okay, at 5:32, we're going to bring this meeting to an end. Discussions session. We need to approve the appointment of Brian Goodrow, principal, and Christina Celia, assistant principal for Apple Valley High School, and Adam Powell, principal, and Daniel Rincon, assistant principal for Granite Hills High School, as a designated CIF representatives for the 2023-24 school year.
I move the item.
All in favor?
Aye.
Approve an increase in the compensation of board members beyond the limit deleted in Ed Code 35120 in the amount of 5% based on the present monthly rate of compensation effective July 1, 2023. Second,
I'll second.
any discussion? I'll point out that's the first raise in 20 years.
No kidding. That's what I was
Yeah.
wondering if you guys
Yeah.
could go back.
Yeah. And it's not, first raise in 20 years. But you're not in it for the money. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing chairperson effective immediately on expulsion case number 18,
As amended.
as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You need a motion.
All right, excuse me.
I'll move it.
All right, second.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Expulsion case 19, 2022-23,
As amended.
as amended. Do I have a motion? Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Approve the certificated and classified personnel actions as listed. Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Approve the recommendations for requested leave as noted. Do I have a motion? Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Authorize the award of the professional services for architectural and engineering services for the district Granite Hills High School Athletic Facility Project to SGH Architects.
Move it.
Wait a minute, thus authorizing the Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services to commence contract negotiations with a selected consultant. Motion?
I move it.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Woohoo. Yeah.
I'd like to point out, this is a great moment for the kids that were at Granite, are at Granite, and are going to be at Granite. This baby's been a long time coming. Consent agenda. We can do this all at once.
I move we accept agenda 1 to 16.
All right.
I'll second.
I would like to withdraw item number 7 for discussion.
Okay. 1 through 6, 8 through 16, all in favor? I need a motion.
I move.
All right, second. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, we pulled 7. Any comments there?
Item number 7 regarding the reading lists. There was one book there on that list, The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. And while the storyline, the subject matter is very positive and students need, again, kind of in line with our ethnic studies discussion, it's a story that deserves to be told. This particular book, although I think there was a pre-approval and it has already been used, and I think Mrs. Nelson can speak further about that. Just as a point of transparency, as it's come up for another round of approval, just for means of transparency, just want to note that, and this is, has been used in a 10th grade classroom. And just, again, just for public transparency, I have a concern whether this is age appropriate to a student in 10th grade. There are 17 derogatory names. The F word is used 11 times. There is a description of sexual abuse, and then an improper meeting of a naked man with an underage woman. So although this book has previously been used in our district, it was come around again. And so I just have a concern, and I'm concerned enough that the public should know if this book is being used in our district.
Yeah. And so we have audited our process by which books had public review and made sure that there is a match to those public review processes. As noted in previous lists that have been going back to the board for approval, they go under public preview. They are posted. This particular text was asked for by a teacher at High Desert Premier Academy. There is a class set that is utilized there. And she did so after seeing it as part of the ERWC program, the expository reading and writing program that was developed by Cal State San Bernardino and utilized for seniors in an effort to not have them have a remediation when they attend Cal State system. This book, so in our process, to be completely transparent, it has been discovered that this book was previewed and reviewed when we adopted ERWC. However, when another teacher is trying to utilize it and somebody goes and tries to pull the document for public review, they don't find it as a single text because it was approved as a curriculum to support ERWC. So it was approved at that point. That is something that was caught today after a question regarding this text, and we will go back to our process and verify, did it get approved and previewed as a curriculum, or was it approved and previewed as a correlate, separate and on its own? So I just want to point that out. It did go through its preview many years ago when we adopted ERWC. It was acceptable at the time, and you're just seeing it because another teacher has utilized it as a class set. So it's up to the board as to what.
And I also thought it was sorry. I also thought it was interesting that in going through the approvals, I found it interesting that only 3 out of 10 reviewers could give it an enthusiastic approval. 7 out of 10 of the approvers on the committee were not enthusiastic, either questioned its grade level or outright disapproved it.
Yeah. And so for the purposes of our district and in our policy, parents have a right to opt out. They, nobody came and previewed the text that was sitting out there here in the room and will continue to show up every time we have any text. So it's totally at the direction of the board as to what to do with this. It's an optional text. It is not the required. It
Is there a
one of them.
possibility to approve the rest of the books and hold on to this until further information is gathered?
You as a board can do whatever you
So
choose
you're saying,
to.
Trinae, that as a board, we can, or I can agree with Gary's assessment on this and pull this book from approved list?
If you do that, you want to be cautious of the fact that it is part of the ERWC program. What I would recommend is if you are uncomfortable with it being used anyplace else, that is what your recommendation would be, to be allowable under ERWC because that's how it was course approved, and then say in any other courses, this is not a text that's being approved. Does that make sense? Because it was previously, and it's one of the options.
That works.
Yeah, I agree with that. That is probably not appropriate, just with the language alone and some of the descriptions for that age group. So.
Will you continue to research and find whether or not that it was just the text or whether it was the curriculum?
For which?
The original approval?
The original approval was ERWC with the list of books. This book was part of ERWC at the original. So moving forward, we will not be bringing back any text for ERWC if it's already approved by the district. In this case, it came back. So you would have to have somebody come forward and say, this was a book we didn't want, which is one of the things I sent out regarding what the
From the
CDE
state.
the day before. Yeah, totally unrelated to this, but it is a topic across the nation. So not this particular text.
Do we need to get legal opinion on it? Because we don't want to go against the Department of Education either.
That's for sure.
Well, this is one single book. You know, when I'm hearing what you're saying, it's one single book, but it has the same kinds of things that we don't want our students to say or do. So if it has the F word 11 times, I had to learn the alphabet soup when I came to this country because everything has a different meaning. So if it already has the F word and has sexual abuse, which we don't want our students to learn, and it already has the naked and underage, whatever you describe, I have not read the book. Could we hold off on this particular book and approve the rest of the books and gather additional information before we add this as a new book?
It's not being added as a new book. That's the part I'm trying to explain. It is part of ERWC, Expository Reading and Writing, that is a adopted course in our district. And that is part of the optional curriculum that Cal State has provided and has for years.
So is this, when we're approving the recommended literature, is it an all or nothing?
No, it is not an all or nothing. What I was recommending was, I don't believe you would be contrary to what the email from the state that I forwarded yesterday about censorship and different things. I do not believe it's contrary to that to say that you are not approving it for use outside of ERWC. The ERWC course
Okay,
has
well, let's just-
multiple
Let's
options.
just word it like that.
Yeah.
It can't be used outside of that class.
We just have to use a language
Yeah,
so that we
that's
don't
real
get
simple.
into it.
We're not taking it down to the third grade.
Okay, so I need somebody to make a recommendation to
I
amend
make
it.
a recommendation
All right,
that we
I'll-
will
and I'll
use
second
it
it.
just for that.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, all right.
Thank you.
That was simple. No more closed session,
I think you need to
signing of
adjourn.
documents, so all I need is
To adjourn the
a
meeting.
motion to adjourn. I
I
think.
move.
Does anyone want to do that?
I do.
All right,
I move.
second?
we
I'll
adjourn.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
See you. We'll come back in here at 9 o'clock.
Where?
What?